Morning everybody. Excuse me. Right, let's just check that this is working. I suspect it might take just a little moment. Here we are. Let's check this audio. Right, morning everybody. We're good. Right, let's try and move that a second. Right, well, morning and welcome to the River Thames today. I've come back to the peg that I fished in the match last Sunday, and for those that follow my channel, I had a good session with the physio and she said I can use the pole so long as I don't go crazy. So that's it. So I've come back today, same peg, going to fish the pole. I've got a downstream wind. Actually, it's lovely today. Temperature should be max out at 25 degrees. I've got a 5-ish mile an hour downstream wind, which is lovely, quite unusual really, because the predominant wind is upstream here. And I've brought along a little camera to try and get some float footage, which everyone asks me for. And I've just realised I've left my ground bait back there. I have just put in 6 balls, you can see the remnants of it. 6 balls of ground bait. It's dark river today and a bag of roach. And I've put in 200ml of hemp, 200ml of caster, and 125ml of dead pinky. I've just balled that in on the long pole line. I'm going to fish 13 metres today. I've got 2 rigs, both blue hydro. I'll just get the one I'm going to start on, which is this one. No, it's not, it's this one. It's a bit tricky with the old trees, as it happens. Well, both rigs are relatively similar. I've got blue hydro, 013 free flow power line. This is a 2 gram AS7, and on the other rig it's a 2 gram perfect float. Going down, I've got a bulk with a couple of number 8s either side. I've got 2 droppers and I've got an 8-inch hook length, and on this one I've got a size 18 Karanu hook on 011 bottom, and on the other one I've got a size 14 pole special, which is for laying on and trying to catch a bigger fish. As we go, I just want a pleasant stream. I want to catch some fish. I came here last Sunday. I weighed in £1 10 ounces, which wasn't a reflection of my 5 hours. It was a reflection of me taking gamble to go for a bigger fish to win the match, but it didn't pay off. But the match was won as I predicted, with just over £10. So I come down today. I've got a variety of things on the side tray. I've got some live maggots, I've got some tears. That's not a bait you see me fishing with ever. So I've got some tears today, caster, corn, hemp. I've got some worm, dead pinky, live pinky. I just want a pleasurable day catching some fish. Morning. So I've got a big reed bed in front of me. I suspect I'm going to get snagged up every time I try and ship out, which I didn't realise last week fishing the feeder, but today when I put the plummet on, it just sunk straight into the weed bed in front, which I think has grown actually. So I'm going to try and just turn this camera around, ship out, catch some fish, turn this other camera on, try and get some pictures of what's going on there. I'm going to move, actually if I move the phone now, then I'll be able to see what you're saying. Today I expect to catch bleak, roach, perch, a few dace, maybe a bonus bream. That's probably about it. The challenge I've got to do is shipping round this camera and get it up and out before it gets stuck in the weed. Success. Right, here we go. First put in. Maybe that line's a little bit too long today. See how we go. I reckon a bleak has grabbed that because that float has not settled. So I think I'll lay that in a little bit downstream. and that's right over where the bait's gone. I don't suspect it's moved. Oh, there's a bite. What I thought was a bite. Okay, bleak in the swim, I think. Tell that because the float doesn't settle properly. I've got those 2 number 8 droppers, and they take it from showing a bit of black of the float to just showing the bristle. So when I put it in, and that bristle still shows, and I've got a problem. I've just had 3 or 4 bites. Not had hit any of them. It isn't because I'm no good, it's because I've got bleak on the drop. It's not bleak. You are a little roach. Perfect. I'll catch these for 5 hours. Right, so that wasn't double maggot. Let's go out again. Double maggot. I might fish it a bit different to normal. I might get the catapult out. But I already got the catapults out. I fished and just loose feed over the top a little bit more than normal. I'm going to work my way around this camera. There we go. Okay, bumping fish. Maybe it's because it's the blue hydro, not the pink hydro, and maybe they're a little bit small. Blue hydro is a stiffer elastic than the pink. The pink is a softer, designed for getting smaller fish. Oh, come off. The maggots chewed up. That one there is a surefire sign of bleak. I'll tell you what, let's put a caster on. See what I get. Yeah, there's loads of little fish in the river this year. Loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. There's a like population explosion. That's sort of one thing. And the other side is, if you mean not carp fishing, then yes, not carp fishing. Oh, it came off. So I might need to just change that to a pink hydro. I keep bumping fish. It's instant action. I pulled it and then turned the camera straight on. So they're on that bait straight away. That float's not sitting properly. It's sort of bouncing about, I can see it. Now it's settled. It could be that caster is now burst. All gone. I say there's no way that caster's still on. And I'm not getting a bite. So morning all if you just joined. You can catch me down the River Thames again. Tell you what it's put. Let's go back to double maggot. I've just put in 6 balls of ground bait. And seem to have bleak in the peg straight away as expected when I'm balling it, coming into the noise. And then the first fish was a roach. I'm missing loads of bites, the float's not settling. I'm just trying to be not too noisy with that olivette when I put it in, because it will just draw the bleak even more. Fishing a 2 gram float to try and get that bait down to the bottom quickly, which I've managed to do. The float has settled. I don't know why I'm missing those bites. Could be that I'm just tripping on the bottom. I did plumb it up. There was a little bit of bristle showing. This fish, they're just small. They're just small, that's all that is. What are you? What are you? You are a skimmer. I came in this peg and said I caught skimmers for the first time ever last week, and now I've caught one twice the size. We should play a little species hunt game today. What am I going to catch next? Morning, John. Managed to get that stuck in that weed. Straight away. Oh, it came off. One of those skimmers or a roach. Fishing double maggot. Yeah, it could be a good roach day today. A little bit of wind. Temperature's cooled down. Nice ripple on the surface. You're right, it could be perfect. I'm just going to start like this. I might fire some hemp over the top. Just see what happens during the day, really. I got enough ground bait for about another 10-12 balls. Somebody's got that, the float's going the wrong way. But I am bumping a few fish here for a second. Put a tiny piece of worm on. It's not really ideal on the size 18 hook, but it's a little bit more bleak resistant. You watch, £5 bream straight away. Clunk. And then I get to the bottom. Oh. Float just shot down like 100 miles an hour bite. And again. Fishing it slightly to the left of where I put the bait in. I expect, you know, not all the balls went down solid. I think they would have broken up a little bit. Normally they make a nice pre-dosh noise. I don't know how to describe that really. When you know they're really firm, the balls that you've thrown in, but these, a couple of them were a bit sploshy. It could be a crayfish. I hope not. I hope it's just a better fish. No, it's not a crayfish. Not doing that. Okay. Oh, it's in the weed. Oh, are you kidding me? One of the perils of this peg. Still on. Okay, let's get you up in the water then. I'm risking pike playing it like this. Nice perch. Lovely. Okay, so I've got the challenge of the weed. Showing my inexperience as a river angler, I should have bought a reed rake to just rake a clear patch to bring the fish through. Oops. Okay, still again, a little bit of worm. Just tiny little piece, you know, half the size of what I would use if I was fishing for like an F1 really. Just on that size 18 hook. Yeah, I'm alright with the pole today. I've had not a bad week. Physio was impressed. So, we're using the pole. So long as I don't go crazy, that's the instructions. And I promise to not catch too many big fish and have to use the landing net too often. I'm fishing the blue hydro because I can swing more in. That's sort of the agreement we got. It's not too long now to the Thames Festival. In fact, what's that? Probably 3 weeks? I had a fish on to come off. Still got worm on. So let's keep an eye on the time. Can't remember what time I went live. But I suspect this might want another top-up ball relatively quickly, or I've got to start loose feeding. One or the other. Otherwise what will happen is I will lose these fish. They'll come in, they'll eat all the bait, and then just leave. It'll be just like that. So with the wind, there's enough to just push that rig down the river. Another little perch. Right, I'm going to turn this camera on. This little static camera that I've got. See if I can get some bite action. I really need a cameraman. That's what I need. Just need for a boat. Okay, you can see the pole. Okay, oh, I can see the float. Right, if I drag it back to there. Okay, I need to move it. So I need to zoom in a little bit more and just lay it down a little bit. Right, let's catch a fish, and then I will try and adjust that camera to where I want it. No bait on it. I probably couldn't have put this camera in a worse place, but zoom it out again. Morning, Neil. Nice to see you, mate. little perch. Just going to keep this up for a second. Just while I'm trying to sort this camera out. It's quite difficult trying to fish, zoom the camera, everything else all at the same time. I'll nail it in a minute and I'll just be able to fish. Right, it's at the bottom third of the screen, so I just need to change it a little bit. Put it on that rest. Just need to lean that camera forward a bit. Not that much. So interesting, lots of perch now to the worm, but nothing when I fished that window feeder last week. So I think we've sorted the camera out. No, but the corn is going on now. The corn is going on. I'll just probably switch it to a size 16 when I do that. So, it's quite interesting. You've got to try and I've got to try and get the float in shot, get the pole out of shot. And get a bite. And strike it to the right so I don't strike through the camera, through the shot as it were. Okay, what's with you there then? Some perch. Oh, there we go. Just hanging on the end. Okay, that's a chublet. Right, go back to double maggot. What I noticed a couple of weeks ago was when I boiled it, the bleak would come in the peg and it'd be really difficult for about half an hour, but then the bleak would just leave. I don't know if that's the case now, but I will fish corn. I just want to catch a few fish, I think, for the start of the stream. Be able to put something on the camera. And see there, it's just not settling down properly. Bleak have got hold of that, I think. I just see the black, and then the body of the float pops out a little bit, and then you can see it's all wrong. We've got a bleak on the end. Right, I'm going to put a tiny piece of corn on. I've got to deal with rowing school. Okay, this is the first time in 3 years, I think, I've fished corn on the pole on the River Thames. Let's see. So the perch don't want it, the chublets will eat it, the dace will eat it, bream and roach. So perch no, bleak no, they're the two fish that I'm putting out of business by fishing a piece of corn, I think. Float went under an hill. Let's check this bait on the end. Still bait on the end. It's quite exciting, this. I suspect what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up putting some corn through the ground bait with some more hemp maybe, and then firing some hemp over the top with a catapult, and then maybe just alternate between corn and tears. Really, I should put a size 16 hook on for this. I feel that's half a bite. Okay. Just gonna let it run through a little bit. Wind's getting up. I just wish the wind was just a little bit less. Oh, hello. A lot less than that. Don't do that. Don't do that, wind. No, 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 no. Otherwise I'm going to be ended up with one of those new air techs from Daiwa. Oh, right down the end of the... Right down the end. Let's see what I'm going to do. I'm just going to change this hook length. Morning. Right, see, I love that. I love that. There's a rowing club just further up from me, and I'll bottom them out then. And the guy that's in the boat, as it were, has just said hello. And I think I've seen that same guy before, and he will tell the rowers to come slightly wider where it comes to me, which I think is a fantastic thing. Maybe he's an angler, I don't know, but he seems to show a lot of respect for anglers on the stretch. So, good job him. Right, I've just gone back to double maggot. I don't know why. I think I still want to catch a fish. I'm thinking it's top up time. Or I've got to start loose feeding. I could loose feed. I could loose feed caster and hemp. I've got maybe a pint of caster. Although I think, because this is sort of a little practice session, I think I want to feed some hemp. Maybe try a tear on the hook, etc, etc. So I think I can get quite a lot of bites on double maggot. So let's get one more fish, I think. Change the hook length. Top up with a couple of balls of ground bait, because we've been going for a while now, so they'll have eaten a lot of that bait. Put some corn in it now, and maybe not so much pinky. That float's leaning the wrong way. Something like that. Hook length off. Okay, enough ground bait for a couple of balls. Put some corn in. Put some hemp in it. More caster. Something like that. And I've got a bunch of rows at 14 metres. So I'm just going to put 2 balls in. Just refeeding. Shows that I don't fish the river very often on a Saturday on this stretch because of all the rows. Right, starting on a piece of worm. Might have to put my purple hydro in and catch myself a rower. Thanks, mate. There you go. That's what we like. He guided her out and then said to stay on the line. So she missed me completely. Oh, came off. If you're enjoying the stream, if you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. It helps the visibility and tells YouTube that my live streams are of interest people enjoy them, so it sticks it in front of more people. Scrolling through YouTube on a Saturday morning on their telly, which is where a lot of my viewers come from, so hit the like button if you can. Don't know how you do that on the telly actually. How do you do that on the telly? Okay, can someone watching on the telly that knows how to like the stream whilst on the telly, because I haven't got a clue, could you write it in chat so I know how to tell people later on. Right, one more on the worm, and I'm going to go back on the corn. I'll start loose feeding some hemp, I think. Something like that. I've got a few shots of bites, so action camera's doing its thing. I'm sitting in slightly the wrong place because I'm trying to watch the camera. It's a little viewfinder on the side of the camera, so I can sort of see that the float's in shot and then hold it back. Oh, beautiful bite. Beautiful bite. And no fish on the end. If I flick the rig just a little bit further, I didn't think about this, I could just flick the rig a little bit further, then it's slightly better positioned on the camera. I think I'm now part-time IT person, part-time content creator, part-time filmmaker. This person is potentially going to smash my pole. Definitely quite tricky today, streaming, trying to catch, sort the camera out, dodge the rowers. Good when I look in the camera to see the float, and then I'm like, I can't find. Where's that come off as well? I can't find the float and realise that this has gone under. Right, piece of sweet corn. Here it goes. 16 up, looks good. Loads of hooks showing. Okay, that was a bite. Just trying to fight the wind a second. Okay, I'm just trying to hold it still so I get a biting shot, and then I'll revert to just running it down through the peg a little bit. I've got rails everywhere here. Bum ba dum ba bum. Thanks for sharing the stream, I appreciate that. They're like buses.
That's okay, keep going. Stop that. You want to go faster, Jess?
Maybe what I should do is I should bring along a buoy. I don't mean a little human, I mean one of those things in the river. Chuck it out at like 15 metres. Stay out of my zone. Alright, I'm holding it back for the bite on the camera, and then I'm going to run it through. I don't know if I'm meant to run a piece of sweet corn through, I suspect I am. Well, I'm not 100% sure. It's not a stick float, and I'm sort of scraping the bottom a little bit, I think. What I'll do is I'll just run it down a little bit, hold it back. Should make the bait flick up. Even pull it back a little bit and then let it go again. Having never fished with corn on the pole really before for roach in flowing water. If it was a stick float, I'd have it running through. The river's not got a lot of flow in it though, despite the ripple, despite the look of it. There's no water moving through it. It's just the wind. And that'll move the surface layers of the river, but it won't move what's at the bottom. If that's moving, it's moving at a really slow pace. That's just how rivers work. The water on the top of the river moves faster than the water at the bottom of the river. And because my rig's on the bottom, I am wondering I want to loose feed some hemp. Get the eye in. Okay, perfect. Let's loose feed some hemp and caster over the top. I can work this piece of corn down the peg, but I fear I'm moving it away from where all the bait is. Right, what's the point of that? Neil, quick discussion, Neil. What are we doing? If I'm fishing a piece of corn and the river's hardly flowing, on the pole, what am I going to do? Am I holding it still, or am I running it through? My head says I can't run it through unless I loose feed, because I'm just running it away from the bait. That makes no sense to me. And I put ground bait in, so it's not like I'm just loose feeding some bits of corn with a catapult and then maybe they would be like down the river. I think because I've fed it on the ground bait, I should nail the rig where it is, I think. Chat, can we have a discussion about this, please? What am I doing? Am I nailing my bait right over the ground bait, my rig, or am I letting it run through the peg a little bit with the piece of sweet corn? I think I'm nailing it. Yeah, I don't know what's going to come, what would come upstream. If I put the, you know, when I feed hemp over the top, some of that is going to go downstream. Some. But the river is not flowing. The look is deceiving. So maybe that wind does push the top layers a little bit. So when I loose feed, a little bit of that bait will go downstream. So that could be true, because that is moving the top layers because my rig's moving. But it's not flow from the river, if that makes sense, through water. It's flow, it's movement because of the wind. So if I loose feed, then I think I can run it through. But if I don't, then I think I've got to nail it. So I'm going to loose feed some hemp over the top. And I'll just come off this piece of corn for a minute. I'm going to put a tear on. I assume you just gently nick the seed. Something like that. I haven't got a clue. I'll be doing a video later. Graham teaches you to fish with hemp and tears. I'll work it out. Can't be that hard. Feed some hemp. And then run the rig through with the tear. Maybe I need a strung out rig for this. those casters a bit closer. We'll feed some hemp, some casters. Like for every caster feed, maybe I do 3 hemp or something like that. Let's sort of go with that. And I'll do a few runs through with this tear on the hook and see if I can, that's the bottom I think, get myself a fish. But I think I'm going to put quite a bit of bait in. Hemp and tear, you need to be feeding for a good while before you go, and you want a strung out rig. Do I? Okay. I thought I might. I suspect what I'm doing is I'm mixing 2 different disciplines here on the same line, which is probably a completely crazy idea. So I'm feeding ground bait on one line. What I should probably do is I should feed ground bait on one line, and on the other line, like closer in or further out, I should feed hemp. And I shouldn't mix the 2 lines, which is what I'm doing, which is why I keep wanting to just go and put a piece of worm on, because I know I'm going to get a fish, because they're on, those fish are in because of the ground bait and the pinkies. So I've got the wrong rig for the style of bait that I'm feeding. And I'm feeding it on the wrong line because that's my ground bait line. Right. Wow. Oh, fish top in there. Right, Mr. Pike's having a go. That would make sense to me. Fish ground bait at one distance, and then fish hemp and tears at a different distance. cheated, I put a bit of worm back on. Didn't tell anyone. I think I might save the hemp and tears for a different day. I think. I just get the feeling I want the river to move a little bit of its own accord.
Okay, I appreciate it's a bit windy.
For the hemp and tears. Oh look, there's nice fishermen in the bushes.
Just in case I don't see you before liners.
Don't worry mate, I'll see you. I appreciate that though.
Close it on right on the if there's a fishing line, so little power on the beach.
I do appreciate it though. Hold on, I've got to catch up with chat. What do I need to hold still? Robert? Probably relate to a hemp and tear conversation. Hold on. Let me just get this perch in. No match today. It's all relaxed. Right, where are we? Would I recommend a feeder land side tray? Yes, I absolutely would. I've got it there. Why? Because they're massive. So they're big. So I can get all my stuff on, including my phone when I'm streaming and stuff. But I've got, you know, 4 3-pint bait trays, another couple of 1 pints. I've got my rigs, I've got a drink. The hood is really good for staying up. They're a bit awkward for the landing net. I won't deny that. You've got to get your head around where's my landing net going, so you don't get your landing net trapped on the side brackets, because they're I'll show you in a second. So you got to get used to where the landing net's going. I still make a few little mistakes, get the landing net not trapped but clunk, you know, just tap the landing net into the screw. It doesn't do any problems to it, doesn't do any harm. Just there, you got these devils to deal with. You can get your landing net in here and you can get it stuck. But a lot of people have their landing net on the top, like I've got today. It's across the side tray, so they never even have that problem. But yeah, I do like them. Hemp and tears, better off fishing an inch off bottom to start with. Okay, fine. Do I need flowing water though? That's the question for hemp and tears. Is any hemp and tear anglers watching? When the river's hardly flowing, is there any point in fishing hemp and tears? I suspect the answer is no. I suspect it's no. Right, that's twice I've moved for that rower and she hasn't said anything, so next time she can move. He says, knowing that his pole will just get smashed. Three times she's come through on that same line. She knows where I am. The river's not busy. And 3 times she's seen me ship my pole back. So if you just joined, I'm just catching some perch on the River Thames. I've put some ground bait in. There's quite a lot of bleak in the river. I'm just fishing a worm, gets past them. There's quite a lot of perch on the bottom. I'm just catching some perch on some worm currently. It's just a nice, pleasant day's fishing on the river. I'm also just experimenting with this camera that I got so I can get some zoom pictures of bites, which I know people have been asking for, and then once I've got some footage I can have a think about how to mix it in with a video that I do. Oh, swing it in. Oh, that fish has cut me. Touche, perch, touche. Cheers, fish. Yes, Craig, it's got a little bit better. We've had a good week, and I'm doing the exercises, and the physio was pleased with my performance. I went to physio on Wednesday and Friday this week, and she actually asked if I was going to fish Saturday, and I said yes, and she said I'm teaching her all about fishing. And she asked about the pole, and I went, yeah, I want to fish the pole. And she said, but only if it's relaxed, like no competitions, when you're doing stuff quickly and things like that. And I was like, yeah, no, all good. Just trying to see this float on this. Well, I'm just going to adjust that camera a little bit, I think. Now, we've got a few bites. And now I want to just see if I can get some more zoomed in a little bit further of me holding it back. Just like this. This would be brilliant. If that float goes under now, I'm watching the bite on the camera. Come on. Oh, it's jumping up. That's bleak. Something's got it. Worm's looking like it's folded over the bait at the hook. So I think if I get a bite I won't get the fish anyway. One more attempt and I'm going to have to bring it in. Okay, and we've got another bit of worm. Have we got another bit of worm? So I don't know if my chat's crashed again. Last week it kept on, chat was crashing on my YouTube channel for me where I was watching it. Can someone just type the word crash or type it's okay, and then if it doesn't come up here, then I'm gonna I have to reload it. In for a bit. How you doing? It's not crashed. Hold the corn still. Right, gotcha. Yeah, I think so, Robert, yes. Do you have another look on a piece of corn? Right, I've just managed to tilt that camera a little bit more. You should be able to see it a bit better. Wait for this boat to go. Oh no. So, let's nail this piece of corn. See if we get a bite. So if you just joined recently, I'm just out fishing on the river today. I'm trying a few things. I'd like to catch a roach on a piece of corn. I've bought that. I bought some hemp and tears, but I'm not sure about using them because the river's not flowing very much. But it is windy. We have caught a few fish. I've put some ground bait with, see how that's a bite. I got a ground bait with pinkies, hemp and casters. That went in first, 6 balls through those. I've cupped in another 2 balls since with hemp and corn. I'm just trying some stuff out today. I'm fishing on a size 16 Karanu hook now, which isn't my ideal choice, but it's what I've got tied up for this corn fishing today. And I've caught a load of perch on worm, so catching a load of fish. It's quite enjoyable. I'm playing dodgems with the rowers, and apart from one particular set of rowers that are with a guide and he tells them to move away, so he's doing a fantastic job. Top man, whoever you are. And I've got a little side camera with me, I'll show you there, to just to record some bite shots and see if I can get something decent out of that I could incorporate into my videos as well. So it's giving me the ability to zoom in on the float, although I do keep saying I want to just tilt that camera a bit more, and I'm not doing it, so I need to just do that in a sec. I need an adjustable mount, that's what I need. That's alright though. I just need to flick it a little bit further out and then I get a good shot, but I might not be like right over the bait. So yeah, enjoying that. If you've got any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. I'm in a nice little spot tucked in under the trees. I'm out in the sun. Catching some fish, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. If you are, give it a thumbs up, give it a like. I appreciate that. It brings more people to the channel. There's over 300 videos for people to watch. Whether that's a full 5-hour match, if you want to see some big money events, Fishermania, Maver match this. I've got my, well, maybe feeble attempts on there. Or you want to see some other stuff? River Fest qualifier, whip fishing. I think I've got a video there of me catching a 20-pound pike, all sorts of bits and pieces, so hopefully you can find something. The only thing you won't find on my channel is loads of sitting with bait alarms catching carp. There's plenty of other places to see that. Just firing in some hemp, just because it feels like the right thing to do. Although I can put it in the right place, it would help. No is the answer. Okay, they don't want this piece of corn, do they? I think we'll come back for that. Just get back another piece of worm. Mostly holding the rig back just over the bait. There's a ripple on the top which is dragging the rig along, but there's no real flow in the river, as it were. You know, there's not a lot of water coming through, so it's the flow is caused by the wind. I'm just conscious that's moving the top layers, including the float, but it's not moving the bottom layers of water where my bait is, so I am holding it over the top. Oh, what are you? What are you? You are a little silver bream. You're not a skimmer because you're not slimy enough. Little silver bream. Oh, 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 oh. In you go. Didn't quite look like a hybrid, which is nice. Yeah, I think I've got it. I think I've got it just right. I've got fishing down the river for bream and roach and bleak and lots of silverfish fishing. I've got it lovely. I've got my more carp down at Gold Valley, and then I've got my F1s at Tunnel Barn Farm. 3 different styles of fishing, none of which involves bait alarms, bite alarms, bait alarms, whatever you want to call them. No optonics here. I think that what carp fishing has managed to do. It's absolutely done a fantastic marketing job, and convinced loads and loads of anglers in the country that you need to be carp fishing and everything else is a waste of time. And unfortunately, I think that means all that leads to is syndicates, private fishing, and a reduction of availability over time. So I don't think that's good for fishing. I don't think that's good for angling. I don't think it's good for a lot of things. So just my view. Few fish top in. Loads of perch on this line though. Oh, is that a perch? Yeah, another perch. Don't get me wrong, I think carp angling as another discipline in the sport I think is really good, but I think it's over dominating. I saw a TikTok earlier. There was a guy and he's like, I'm new to fishing and my mate's telling me I need these bite alarms and that'll help me catch more fish. I was like, no mate. I couldn't think, you know, that's how bad I think the state of some of the angling is, but each to their own, I guess. I'm sure a lot of people will think that what I'm doing is quite out of reach of a lot of people as well, fishing a 30-metre pole, 2 rigs set up. But this is the accumulated spending of, well, over time, 40 years really. Anyway, sound like I'm having a bit of a rant. I must get myself down to a carp lakes where it's been stocked with 40-pound fish and catch myself a 40-pound bred fish. Nope. Not for me, thanks. See you later, Greg. Yeah, I'm not a I started my first ventures into fishing were on a canal. I went to the Basingstoke Canal near Ashlock with my dad. I think we had half a pint of maggots and we caught some perch. That was my first foray into fishing, but I got annoyed with a lot of, I fished canals a little bit, but I got annoyed with too many people going up and down on bikes, and I think I built up a fear of my pole getting broken, and probably that was installed by my parents. You know, don't get your pole smashed because then you can't have another one. So that put me off canals a little bit. It's probably an unrealistic fear as well. but it's stayed with me ever since. Right, I'm going to just have a try on a double maggot again now, or maybe 3 maggots, I don't know, something like that. The bleak, as I was saying earlier, the bleak do tend to sort of go after a while. So I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll put 3 maggots on. Crazy, it's like I'm fishing down the edge for F1s. I'm going to put 3 maggots on, and I'm just going to put this rig downstream of where my bait is a little bit. And then maybe I just edge it back upstream and then let it run back down. Okay, something dragged it away. There's probably 2 of the maggots smashed. Okay, the rig won't settle. Looks like bleaky bleak. Okay, now the rig has settled. You can tell because it's just, I've got 2 droppers, and when a fish grabs the bait and those droppers don't settle properly, I can see the black of the float. And then when they do settle, it just goes down. I just see the tip of that float. I suspect maybe the bleak have not left. Put a bit more hemp and caster in, maybe. I don't think that's going to travel far. The top layers of the water are moving, so it's going to move a bit, but not a lot, till that bait sinks. Maybe we're at where I'm fishing now. So maybe I can run a float through later, but no more bites, I suspect. And I see a couple of those maggots smashed or missing. Okay, missing. Ba-ba-dum-ba-dum. Another piece of trusty worm. Cheeky little bite that was. It's just trying to hold it still deal with the waves, deal with the gust, and then yeah, just another one actually. Only moved the bristle down a few millimeters. It's a split one over, look, it's nailed it, yeah. Maybe the fish have been on for a while. Right. So let's just keep firing some caster and some hemp, I think. Doesn't matter, I've got it, I'm going to use it. It's not going to last another week, so I'll get that bait in. What I'll do is I'll buy some more white maggots next week and I'll just turn them myself for some caster. There's a match next weekend, Sunday. So if you're new to the channel and you're enjoying this little bit of river fishing from the UK, then oh, that's a better fish. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh, hello. Okay. So feels like a perch. I've got to get it out of the weed though, that's the problem. I've got a lot of weed. Oh, it's come off. Ooh, that's annoying. It's broke me off. Why has that broken me off? Now, could have been a smaller fish and a pike's taken it. Didn't feel like that though. It just snapped me up in the weed. Oh, could have been a chub. Don't know. I don't know what's happened there. Don't know. Right, anyway. Where are we going? Basingstoke Canal's a racetrack. Yeah, I think the Basingstoke Canal was a racetrack 40 years ago. In fact, to be fair, I was probably racing down the Basingstoke Canal with my mates 40 years ago. That may be true. Jared, have some fun, my friend. Go catch yourself some grouper. Get yourself some grouper tacos. Very popular in the UK, fish tacos. Not in the UK, in the US, in Florida. I lived in Florida for a couple of years, so I do know about that. Yeah, definitely a little bit of drama there. I'll keep turning this camera back on. I think that cameras are classified different tax regulation, I think. So they're limited on how long. I don't know why I'm trying to talk with that plane going over. So yeah, these cameras turn themselves off after every 20 minutes. And I think that's so they get a different tax classification. So they're still classed as a camera and not as a video or camcorder or something like that. I think that's what's going on. That's how they're designed. So I think one more. What's the time now? 12 o'clock. One more fish and then another couple of balls of ground bait. If that was a bream, a chub, then maybe some more bait. I'm not sure. Not sure. It's definitely a better fish. It was going upriver. Trying to get another few shots of the float going under on this side camera. Just need enough footage so I can see it and try and draw some conclusions about how close it needs to be and what makes a good shot and that type of stuff. Oh, okay, okay. I think the same's happened there. Is that? Oh, it's come off again. Right, I think there's a little jack pike. That wasn't that big, that fish. I was shipping it back. And then suddenly, once I've broken the sections down, it suddenly looks like it's a lot bigger. It could be a little jack pike. Getting itself some free lunch. Right, I'm just going to try and zoom in a little bit more. Not on this chest camera. If you're wondering, I've got a little side camera with me. Or I'm just trying to get some cool footage and then learn how to set that camera up. Yeah, float cam. Exactly. But it won't be for the live stream, it'll only be for the after footage. What does that mean? The edited footage. Well, that'll be alright, I think. If I can make that work. Right, it's not a big fish. And I've caught it, and it's roach, actually. Nailed that piece of worm. Nice, thanks very much. Just reminding me I should fry some more caster, and then need to think about topping it up again. I think some fish just top for that bait then. Just holding it steady. I don't think the ground baits move very far. They had the loose offerings in it. I don't think that bait that I fire out moves very far either, and I've got this slap bang in the middle of float cam. There is some fish topping actually, I can see them. I don't know what that insistent saw noise is. There isn't a load of grass anywhere over that, towards that way. Not that I'm aware of. Alright, come on float cam. Jared, in quick dynamics, so inside this pole's made of sections. In the very top section there's some elastic. That elastic's tied to the rig, to the line, and so you're setting the hook effectively against the elastic, and that is a dace. I've never seen one before, which you probably haven't. That's a dace. If it was about £8 better, you could say that was a little bit like a snook. Yeah, it does sound like a chainsaw, but I don't know what there is for there to be sawing up, or where. That's just Otney's over there. And then you go a lot farther that way. You sort of, if my house is like that way or that way, but anyway, let's stop. No, okay, and starts again. It's a lot of chainsawing though. That's not sure that's a proper adjective, chainsawing. So yeah, so there's elastic in the top of the pole, and you've got a length of line, and then your hook length, and then you're setting it against the elastic. And so for smaller fish you have softer elastic, and for heavier fish, bigger fish, you have heavier elastic. So you're able to actually set the hook for the size of fish you're trying to catch. So you need a little bit of knowledge about where you're fishing when you fish with a pole, so you can fish with the right elastic to do the job. Just move that camera down just a smidgen. Yeah, that's what I mean. The chainsaw was there when it was in the match, so like, how can there still be chainsaw? I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. It stopped. It stopped. So I'm just trying to set up a nice shot for float cam. I'm just going to have it running through from right to left on the camera. And then just hold it back a little bit, and then hopefully it nails it. Or not. What pole? My pole is a Arity Pro from Daiwa. Yeah, I could up the bait. That is right. Maybe we'll do that in a minute, shall we? I don't want to overdo my arm though. I think I'm a little bit cautious about constantly firing the catapult out and the strain on my arm. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't check out their outfits. I'll have a look on the way back. I don't know who that was. Right, so we get another couple of bites on float cam. I think I need to top up again. I'm going to top up again. Let's put some more caster in, more hemp in. Doesn't matter today, I'm just out for some try stuff out. Oh, beautiful bite. Beautiful bite. No fish. I just dragged it back upstream or upriver. You're like, something's going to definitely nail that, and it did. Okay, battery's just about run out on the camera. Hold it back here for a bite and then I'll get this camera put away, I think. What's that on there? A little chublet. So put that there a second. I just want to take a couple of photographs of that set up there so I know what it was. And let's get this turned off. You watch, I'll edit that in now, and every time I get a bite I'll be like, oh, I got a bite, and it will always be the same ripple. There'll be a chainsaw in the back. What I'll do is I'll just mute the I'll mute the sound. Right, ground bait. Right, a couple of balls, I think. Two or three? Let's do two. Let's do two. So the hemp, caster, to pinky, corn, just chuck everything in. There we go. Yeah, I've had rowers. The fish don't care, it's too deep. If it was bream, then they would care more, but I was fishing the Thames Festival last year and there was rowers going through the peg and it killed it in the end. I'm convinced it was the rowers. But you know, we're sharing it, so the river. Got to bear that in mind as well. And they do stop, so when we fish matches on this section, They do stop before our matches start, generally. They stop at about 9:30, their lessons, so it all works out well. So I just refed 2 balls of ground bait. Oh, entry. Got a load of hemp and caster corn and dead pinky in it. Let's get back out. The boy's a worm on the hook. Yeah, that's the trouble with canals. When a boat goes past here, it doesn't matter because I'm fishing this. What's this today? 9 foot deep. Boat doesn't do anything. If you're in a canal, every time a boat comes past, it causes a problem because they're so much shallower. So a few more fish on worm. Then we'll have another go on the corn. Keep feeding some hemp and caster over the top as well. Maybe draw some roach in. Right, so the other thing that I want to try out today on the stream is or I want to understand more, is controls over adverts. So I think the way that I do the stream, where I'm broadcasting directly from my GoPro to my phone straight into YouTube. I don't think anybody sees any adverts apart from maybe when you join the stream. So can you just confirm that for me? Because I want to try and access the oh, perch going nuts down here, or pike. So yeah, can you just confirm for me that you don't get any adverts watching this stream? Not that I want to bomb everyone with ads, I just want to understand how it's working, just so you all know. Bouncing around, it's just... When you get your proper bites, the throat's not settling. Okay, no ads. No ads, no ads, no ads. So, what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to go into the YouTube Studio app and just change some settings, and I want to see if the ads pop up. I want to catch a fish first. Right, well, I've put those 2 balls in. I expect there's a lot of bait gone in, right? So there's, you know, the fish are busy eating all the perch are going nuts down there, eating all the pinkies, whatever other fish might be down there. After the casters and the hemp. Just, you know, trying to learn a little bit more about putting the balls in, feeding, fishing straight over it afterwards. 2 balls, or should it have been 1 ball? Or is it because I've fired loads of casters over the top? Let's fire some more, just for fun. And let's put more hemp over the top as well. Interesting, when I was getting ready for the Riverfest final up on the Trent, obviously I'd never even seen the Trent before, so I was talking to a couple of people and they said just fish it the same way as you fish the Thames, the only difference being loose feed hemp and caster over the top, and you'll be fine. And that's exactly what I did on the first day, and I caught nothing. Oh, not a lot. I was like, oh, okay, it's not really worked out. And I was told that there was no small fish showing in the section that I was in at all. Like there's 4 sections on that Riverfest final, and I want to say there's 2 good ones and 2 not so good ones, and in both days I drew the not so good sections. So I drew like B in day 1 instead of A, and then I drew A in day 2 instead of B on the sections of the river. So nice looking, these river perch. Very pretty fish. Yeah, I could see me enjoying the Trent if I lived up that way. The thing about that Riverfest final though, and you know, I qualified the first year I tried to get in it. I had 49 pounder bream on one of my sections of river for Sutton Courtenay was basically there was some flyers around the barbel pegs, and so if you were on one of those you should finish like top 5 in day 1, and really you should finish top 10 in the festival. So it was like, you know, I don't know how many anglers are fishing it, 100 anglers say, and the sort of the final 10 anglers in theory was predetermined by the draw on day 1, and then the second 10 anglers was defined by the draw on day 2. And it wasn't even like these pegs were a little bit better. They were just out and out flyers. I don't even know why they're even put in that kind of event, or that section of river is even in that kind of event, because they're so predominant versus everywhere else on that bit of river. It's like you've got to draw on the barbel pegs by the telephone wires, and if you do, you should finish in the top 5 or 10. It's like, if they're such flyers, just don't put them in, because the barbel don't move apparently. Right, I had one fish, I want another fish, and I'm going to mess about with this YouTube studio bit. Looks like a boat needs to change gear. The point. No, you can't go attacking all the other river users with boilies. It's not okay. Yeah, I can swing you in, I think. He says. Just about, nice perch. Just goes to show how different things. You know, I fished that window feeder last Sunday. Couldn't get a bite off a perch. Couldn't get a bite. Couldn't get an indication. Fished the pole today. Loads of perch. I reckon I could have had £10 of, well no, it's not enough. I was going to say I could have had £10 of perch, but I don't think I could have done last Sunday. It's not fast enough now. Although if I'd set my mind to it, maybe had 2 lines, bait drops and worm on one, then maybe, I don't know. Or could have just ended up with loads of crayfish. Just thinking about the match I had last Sunday. Got bleak attacking the float, I just saw that. Why is suddenly bleak attacking that worm? Or are they attacking the float? Or the shots maybe. Actually, when I set up some waggler rigs. I've got 2 rods set up with waggler rigs on them currently. Or I've got the reels set up on the rods and I've got the rig set up on a pole winder, but I was shotting them these waggler rigs in my pond and the goldfish kept on grabbing the shots, number 8s. So it might not be that there's bleak, it might just be that there's just fish attacking the shots and the rig's not settling. What's that? A roach. Right, let me quickly do something. Off camera for a second. Stones, stop. Right, we're not firing stones at people with catapults, right? Studio, how do I... Okay, I might lose the stream here in a second. I don't want to, but I might end up accidentally. Okay, so you take me to the studio app. That takes me to the dashboard. How do I do that on my phone then? Okay, not not just not boilies either. Listen, stop it. Right, is everyone still here? Or have I managed to disconnect everyone by accident? Yeah, maybe I need a PC for it. Maybe I need a PC for it. I'm going to put double caster on or single caster on next chuck. I've put quite a Well, not quite a lot of caster, but there's a decent amount of casters going in. Maybe a piece of corn actually, we're overdue. We are overdue another look on a piece of corn. So another perch on the worm probably, or whatever, and then I'll have another go with a piece of corn. Okay, you're not a perch, you are a dace. I wonder if the dace are attracted in by the hempen caster. I assume so. I'm directly transmitting from my GoPro into YouTube. You don't get the YouTube studio options for messing about with things like ads, but there was some other functionality that I wanted to just check out as well, to see if I could access it, but I can't access it. It's not available in the YouTube studio app for my phone, and you can't get it to desktop either. So I just wanted to see, oh, fish on the corn. Fish on the corn. Here we go. Dace. So, no, chablet. What are you? Dace. So, he kept saying so. I say it a lot. It's a filler word. Feeding that caster and hemp then has probably drawn a load of dace into the peg, or drawn some dace into the peg. There's bleak topping for some of that caster. When I put that in, I can see them. But yeah, maybe I'm going to go from catching perch on worm to catching dace on corn. So yeah, so I wanted to check out what the YouTube studio, oh, sailboat. That is the first boat I've seen with a sail in a long time on the river. Nearly knocked himself out then. You know that bit when they duck under and the sail goes across? Thinking as I'm feeding this loose feed over the top, I want a strung out rig and not a bulk and 2 droppers. So I don't want to, I'm not going to keep feeding like constantly, and I'm just going to draw the fish up, and that's not really what I want to do. It's like 2 counterintuitive methods. Perch chasing this little fry all the way back into the bank. Yeah, and I wanted to just check out the functionality for YouTube, because this isn't my only option. I could also stream using the Restream app, which is a functionality where I stream to a website or web service, and then that connects to Facebook and YouTube at the same time, so I'll be able to stream to both platforms. I could do that, and I also used to have that to TikTok as well, but TikTok don't like it if you're using a rebroadcast service if it's not for video game content, and they suspend your ability to live stream. TikTok only want that if it's gaming content, otherwise they want direct only. But a lot of the audience there is looking for some carp fishing, but I might have a little go with Restream before I go for home today. Oh yeah, back to the is that Riverfest final? Yeah, it's all done on the draw, and I know that a lot of places are done on the draw, but that's really done on the draw. And the only way it's not done on the draw is if there's some freak weather, I think, or freak weather, or the person on the good pegs doesn't know how to fish them. It's not a consistent length. It's basically, I would say, you need to be fishing the Trent all of the time to qualify, to win on the Trent. It's a little bit like here, I guess, but it's just not, it's much more based on knowledge of the pegs than just knowledge of how to fish. Someone will tell me that everywhere's like that, and the only reason I qualified was because I had knowledge of the pegs. But I had my 49-pounder bream on the pole, so there we go. Right, I think I'm getting bites on this piece of corn, but they're not properly having it. Something's not quite right about the rig. They just, dink, dink. I don't know why. Maybe they come in and fill the line, I'm not too sure. Maybe I need to lay on a little bit more. So they're picking it off the bottom and they're not on the rig line, I don't know. Could be that. Could be that. I suspect it's your comments about, because I mentioned TikTok, Neil. Neil, I try to reach a wide variety of anglers. YouTube's the winner. YouTube is the winning platform, no doubt about it. For live stream content, it's about YouTube. But there's also people that watch live stream content on Twitch, on Kick, on Rumble, on TikTok, on Facebook, etc, etc. And so I'm trying to bring content to all those platforms when I think about it. Ideally, I'd just give up my job, just come streaming a lot more often. That'd be a lot better. Yeah, so I think we'll do that. I'll try and do a restream today, which is basically a third-party piece of software where it will send the stream to Facebook as well as YouTube at the same time. So where you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to appear back on YouTube. You don't have to do anything different, but also I'll appear on Facebook for people watching on Facebook. And there is a big angling audience on Facebook just because of the age demographic of a lot of anglers. They do consume content on Facebook. And that's where all the major brands put their content as well, so there's a lot of people. Right, well, I'm not so excited about the corn. It's not going off like a wonder bait, is it? One fish, and I'm getting some dinks, but no. So let's switch, put a double caster on. Yeah, YouTube is for the win, really, but there is still a lot, as I said, there's a lot of anglers who I know would enjoy my content who are hanging around on Facebook. In 10 years that'll be different, but there's a load of them. Yeah, back on the pole. Physio said that I was well behaved this week, hyena, and so I was allowed to use my pole so long as it wasn't a competition, and it was a pretty relaxed day. That was sort of the rules. So let's see if I get a bite on this double caster. Keep feet. Oh, bit of a mistake. Right, I've had a bite on that caster as I was trying to put that bait in the catapult. So what's this going to be then? My double caster fish is not a surprise, it's a dace. Now, compared to my normal fishing, ground bait and then maggot over the top, I think I'm catching more dace today. So I'm going to conclude that firing the hemp and caster is encouraging dace into the peg. Right, what's the time? 1 o'clock. Somebody's not let that settled. It's still not settled, that rig. There we go. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to catch another fish. Maybe one more fish. Yeah, one more fish. And then I am going to have something to eat quickly. I'm going to end the stream, have something to eat, go and check my restream. In fact, I can check that before. Yeah, I'll do that before. one more fish. Let me check Restream out. If it's going to work, I think it will. Then I will. I'll let you know, and then what I'll do is I'll drop the stream off, and then I'll restart it. And for you, you can stay on YouTube. You don't have to do anything. But I should also pop up on Facebook as well, and that'd be great because then I could reach more people. Ah, no, I can't. Oh, how do I do that? No, I can't do that because I can't do that from the GoPro. Okay, forget all that. I'll have to have another think about that. Maybe I can just do that live from my phone. Oh, or I need the... Yeah, no, I know what. I think I need the stream key. Forget that. Forget all that. Forget all that. Let's just catch some dace. I'm not sorting that out today. Is that related to the forget about it? Yeah, kicks another one. Rumble is the platform that's owned by JD Vance. He's a major supporter to the Rumble platform. So there's loads of streaming services, but yeah, there's one called Rumble that's where JD Vance is a majority stakeholder. Right, so I've just stuck a tear on. I know it's the wrong type of rig, but oh, he's got a fish on a tear. There's no stopping this fella. Oh, it's come off, it's come off, it's come off, it's come off. Hang the rig. Okay, it was a net fish then, wasn't it? Oh, that's a disaster. Right, sacrifice the hook length quickly. Just try and take that out of the equation. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. So, that was a better roach. Yeah, there's bleak still topping for the caster. Let's get the hemp in. And another fish. Nice tear roach. So there's bleak topping in the peg. They're topping for the casters when they go in, and then the hemp goes in, and I'm sure that just that's all getting through. Bleak don't want the hemp. And that's nice, couple of tears fish. Yeah, hemp and tears for the win. Wow. Yes, but oh, the bite. Definitely perch. Perch and the worm currently, but let's just feed more hemp at this point. I got 3 pints of it. Well, I came with 3 pints of it, so. And I've got another bag actually. I've got loads of hemp. It's not the right rig though, is it? That's the only problem. I know it's the wrong rig. But there's also roach and dace in the peg. Now I think I might have a strung out rig with me. Oh, I think that was a bite. Getting excited all of a sudden. Not got a lot of caster left though. Half a pint of caster. If I keep feeding this hemp, it's gonna just draw the fish out. I need a strung out rig. That was a bite. You can tell I don't do a lot of tears fishing. I fished with hemp and tears in Abingdon Town Centre before. It's not the first time I've done it, but it's not something I do very often. And I haven't done in a match, which shocks quite a lot of people, but with all of the bleak that are in the river currently, and with them being so in so many numbers, it may be something that I need to switch to a little bit more, fishing hemp and tear on the pole. But everything about this just tells me this rig is wrong. Come on, there can't just be two ropes sitting in the peg. Someone's going to say this is a really long fishing rod in a minute. I can sense it. I just feel these fish are probably in mid-water and I'm trying to catch them on the bottom. Decisions, 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 decisions. I think I just want a strung out rig, fishing 3/4 depth, something like that. Just get the feeling that would be right. And the more I fire in bait, the more I'm going to draw any roach and dace up off the bottom. That's got to be what's going on, right, gang? That's got to be what's going on. How does that tangle again? Oh, something's had. I'd never. Right, something's attacked and had half the tear. Oh, it's missing. No, I haven't. I'm not a big hemp angler. Fishing the wrong rig. Switch back to a worm for a minute. I'm deciding if I'm gonna go for a rummage in the box and see if I've got a strung out rig. Whoops. What do you reckon, gang? Should I stop this, try and find a strung out rig and go hell for leather on the hemp and caster, or hemp and corn? I keep firing the hemp out, so I think I'm halfway there. I've got another top kit set up. I set it up for fishing on the deck with worm. But I could take that rig off. So you have to make the decision, chat. You've either got to go for stop moaning about it. What do you want to see? Do you want to see some more worm for perch and what else I catch on the worm? Maybe a bonus bream? Or should I switch, change the rig and fish hemp and tares? You call it. So worm or tares, just type it in chat. Right, get your comments in. I'm not looking, and then I'm going to look when I caught the next perch. So worm, if you want me to carry on fishing for worms, for perch, what else swims, and maybe a bream, or you want me to switch to hemp and tares. Right, hemp or tares in the chat, whichever. And then the time it takes me to catch another perch, I will have a look. Oh, and if you're enjoying it, by the way, hit the like button. It's a free way to support the channel. If it's your first time here and you're enjoying watching a bit of fishing, then hit the subscribe button. It's a free way to show your support, and you can find your way back really easily. And if you turn the notifications on with the bell, when I go live streaming, you'll get a little notification. So I've got another next club match is next Sunday, and it might be back on this stretch again, so there's quite a few pegs on this stretch where I can stream, so we should be good, or at least have a possibility anyway. It's currently planned for a no stream zone. It's taking me a while to get this next perch. Right, I'm going to have a look in 10 seconds. So 10 more seconds, get your votes in. Stay on the worm. Or switch for hemp and tears. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. It says tears for the win. No worm is boring. You're already allowed to. Go tears. You can catch shallow, goes caught on the bottom. Hemp and tears. Alright, hemp and tears it is then. Alright, I've got to find another rig. I just know this rug's wrong, right? I can't fish this with a bulk and 2 droppers. It gets down too quick. It needs more of a fall. There's no flow, as you can see. That wind stopped, and so was everything else. I've got about half a pint of caster. Got plenty of hemp. So I wanted to finish on one more perch, but maybe that's not going to happen. Right, let's get off that. Let's get this rig put away. Right, let's see. See what I've got with me. Shots, I see shots. I see shots. So bear in mind, I've not done this before really. Right, so I've got, what's this? This is a 1.5 gram. And I've got a bulk, and I've got 2 number 8s. What have I got? 2 number 8s, 1 number 8, 1 number 8, 1 number 8, 1 number 8. Alright, that'll do. Something like that. And then, same as 16 hook, I think. And then what we're going to do, 3/4 of the depth and then work our way deeper. I don't even know what this, let me just see if this is shotted up properly. No, maybe another number 8. No, it's alright, I guess. If I get a bite, I'll know. Okay, let's start with this and then I can always add something. Number 10. Look for number 10. Sorry. I mean, it didn't want a number 8. I can see. Let's put a number 10 on. And then let's get this set to the same depth. Okay, so that's the same depth, and it's immediately come up 1 float length. You can't see that. There's that one, there's this one. So it's a float length off the bottom. I don't know how much you meant to fish off the bottom, but let's start with this. Right, get some tears. I have no idea how you meant to hook them. I just stick the hook in them. So that's, as I say, 1 float length off the bottom now then, because I was dragging the bottom with the other rig. I feel like that's a long rig now. Might shallow that up. Might cut that down a bit. Is that a bite? Even though it's strung out, it doesn't feel like that's strung out enough, that rig. Okay, that's not a bite. That's the weight of the tear, I think. Yeah, that's not a bite. That's just settling. Okay, I need to take the shot off. Take that number 10 I just put on. Okay. So it's still too much weight. Number 8 off. Ironically, it's his apple. I've decided this as the wind has stopped. So now I've got nothing to... Okay, fish topping for the casters. Yeah, I've got those shots. They're set 6-inch hook length, number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8, 2 number 8s, which is now 1. Then the bulk. So I guess my bulk is, what, 3 foot from my hook? I wonder if I want to stick it further up. It's not moving at all now. Leaving a bit, doesn't feel right. I'm trying to think what's wrong. Maybe it's just the flow. Maybe it's the flow. Teach yourself hemp and tear fishing with Graham and chat. It just needs to be moving, doesn't it? It definitely needs to be moving. Then I could just ease it back up, let that slow fall happen. Ease it back up, let that slow fall happen. So without that, how do I make this work? So I had 2 bites off tears on the deck. Regardless of how the rig is strung out, I'm now fishing 4 or 5 inches off the deck. No bites. Oh, are you watching?
No, I'm fishing.
I'm streaming. How do I fish hemp and tears? I've had 2 fish on tears. Chat, I love that you've turned up. By the way, chat, James has turned up. James is a professional hemp and tears angler. So I've got a bulk, and I've got number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8. I fished. I was on the deck catching worm. I've been feeding hemp and caster. I put a tear on. I had 2 roach. I'm like, oh, here we go. So I've changed for this more strung out rig, which I think is too hard because it's not flowing. But should I come up higher?
How deep is it?
That deep?
Yeah. You should have probably a 0.4 rig strung out. 0.3,
Okay.
0.4 if you've got one in the box.
No,
Okay.
not that light,
Okay.
but that light.
Yeah.
This is a 1.5 gram.
Yeah. No, it's much too heavy for hemp fishing.
Is it?
Yeah. Although I find Thames hemp and tear fish tend to stay quite close to the bottom, so in the bottom third. But if you ask one of the real pros at Oxford, you know that
Yeah.
they probably get them shallower. But the sure sign you need to be shallow is if you get them boiling. But
I've got bleak boiling for the hemp,
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
caster.
they try and eat the hemp, but they can't because they haven't got big enough.
And how much hemp compared to what I just put in?
That's a good amount.
That's a decent amount.
Yeah, but if you've got any airy fairy rigs, might be able to lend you one.
I'm trying to
Go and
think.
have a look.
I think I've got like a 0.3, but it's set up as a perch rig, so no, the line's too thick.
Yeah.
I think it's about 9 foot deep, James. Oh, there we go, look. So, too heavy a rig is James's view. James knows what he's doing. He catch fishes on hemp and tears. Bulk under the float, the number 10 strung out so the tears fall slower. He's just told me that I need a 0.3 or a 0.4. I've got 1.5 grams. So I'm down too fast. Although, good piece of information, he just said that most of the hemp and tear fish, roach basically, still want to sit in the bottom third. So the depth is right, the rig is wrong. And the rig is wrong. James has just gone to see it. You go on. Hey? No, I'd put it on this one. It's all right. I've got the one measured. So yeah, I'm live streaming. Just so you know, plenty of people watching me catch foul looking a fish. Whereabouts are you fishing?
I'm going to fish the reeds.
Oh, okay.
See if the roach have got there yet. How
Yeah.
was the last week?
Oh, no good. I was here. £1.10 I had, but I'd fished half the match, caught £1.10, and then I was saying to everyone watching, I was like, well, I'm not going to win doing this because it's not going to be one with £4, so I've got to set out for a bream. So that's what I did, but I wasn't allowed to fish the pole under physio's orders, so I didn't. But my arm's a bit better this week, so she said I could use the pole as long as I didn't go crazy.
Yellow or red? Red, yellow or red top?
Oh, red top, please, mate. If I was a choice.
I think this is 6 meters. Could be 8, but there we go.
What line's that? That feels quite stiff.
Yeah, it is. It's £4. I don't fish thin line.
Oh, that's a tinny little float, isn't it?
There you are. So put the hook length on that, and it should be golden.
Good.
Okay. Good luck. I look forward to seeing you.
Right. And then what am I doing? Just laying it in, holding it tight.
Just experiment.
And in theory, they have it on the drop.
Far off the bottom, but the advantage of that is you've got more of a chance with it coming down.
18 or 16?
18. I hear it, my hemp, but some people click it. That's not my style.
Just stick it through the hair. Just stick it through the tear.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Right, let's get this rig matched up. That again. That was very handy. There's no real flow in for a bit though. I see the wind's coming back now a little bit, if that'll help. Right, so he said, so let's do the same then. Let's do, that's nearly there's a floating a bit off the depth, off the bottom. No idea how he's got his float shotted, but it's all shot away. And what's this? Tiny little Colmic 4x14, and he's got, that shot's come off. Let's bring that back on. So it's basically 6 inches. So he's got every 6 inches, he's got like a number 10. So whoever said strung out number 10s in the chat, you know what you're doing. And now let's get that out. And I've managed to put that straight in that reed. Now his rig's tangled. Edit this bit out. A decent amount of hemp. So the amount of hemp was alright. I put in because he saw that. Bite, I don't know. Was it bite? There must be number 11s on there. Okay, so that's twice. It's like it's gone under. Okay, so that goes under every time. Why is that going under? Is that because this is a hemp rig? And I'm fishing a tear. That is sinking. In the chat, while I just make some alterations. Right, I've taken a shot off the rig. And I've caught myself a little chublet under my feet. Okay, it's a super slow fall, that's for sure. So it's a 4x14 float, really long bristle. In my head it looks like a paste float, like the length of the bristle, but it's not. Makes sense of what I was thinking about the slow fall of the rig though. Obviously it's a much slower than I expected. But still it sinks it. Is it meant to, oh no, it's popped up. Oh, maybe it was a bite then. Oh. It's tricky when you get a float and you don't know what it's shot, how it's shot. Okay, so where are we at? We got a fish. Okay, all right, easy Roach, easy. Bosh. Tears Roach. The float is still sinking though. I'm thinking it's like it's overshotted, but I don't know if this is by design or by accident. Is it because of the tear? I don't think James would not know how to shot his rigs. I don't think he would overshot them. Or maybe it's a hemp rig and I'm using a tear, so it's heavier. But the float comes along and it goes super slow, and then it's disappeared. Or is you just meant to lift it back at that point? Is that what you're meant to do? Chat, tell me. So when it settles, maybe this is maybe this is intentional. When it settles and then starts to sink, is that the cue for you to then lift it back out and then let it settle again? Is that how this rig is designed? Is this intentional? To make you move it again? On the Roach. Chat, tell me. They're both on the bottom inch of it, or when it's settled. So I'm laying the float out. Lay the float out. Fire some hemp in. Float's settling, lifted the bristles off. It's just going down slowly and then gone. And it's that intentional to make me move it again and then to create the fall again. I'm not sure that it is. I think that it's the float overshot. Seconds after it settles, and then what? Just relay it in. Is that all you're doing? You're just laying the rig in. Does it sink though in for a bit? Or has James just overshotted this float? Surely it's not meant to sink. Part on the drop then. There it settled, sunk, came back up. Must have been a fish grabbed it. Yeah, I can't believe by design I think this could be a hemp rig and my tear is too heavy, so I'm going to knock another shot off. Do I have any bristle grease? Do I have any bristle grease? Don't know, a wasp in my face. Yeah, but I'd rather take. Yes, yes, but I'd rather take a number 10 off. Such a slow fall that. Right, that solved the buoyancy problem. Drop. Perfect, isn't it? Shows how the rig can make all the difference. Just thinking that my rig was wrong. And then being proven that my rig was wrong. But you don't know, right? This is one of the difficulties in learning how to fish, right? Sometimes you just don't know. Like, I know how to feed, I know how to do everything else, but what have I got? I've got a rig that's too heavy, and I've got shots that I've got shotted in a way that it's too heavy. Make a couple of adjustments, and now I'm the master hemp and tear angler getting bites on the drop. Missed that bite. You hear the dink dink of the elastic. Really probably needs to be a pink, not a blue hydro, but I just have to catch bigger fish. So yeah, I think that's alright, and then it settles. And I think what I'll do is I'll just hang it on. Right, wasp, forget it. We're getting a bit annoying now. Bloody roach. So I'm about 6 inches off the deck, just letting it settle ever so slowly. I do mean ever so slowly. And then after it settles, like in for a bit said, 30 seconds. If it doesn't go under, just gonna lift it back up, lift the float out of the water, and then let it settle again. I'm now catching roach in a peg that was full of perch. Just different rig, different bait, different presentation.
Give this guy a wide mouth, guys. That wind was pretty brutal. It was fine now, though.
Yeah, I'm feeding 2 meals to the 4 meal. I can relate to that.
There's been no rain, so I don't know why they're releasing wood. Yes. Huh? They shouldn't be having any, they shouldn't be releasing any, they've got a hose pipe. They should only be overturned not when we've got a water shortage.
Okay, little line, little bite on the drop then. Float settling, still at an angle. Just a little dink, I should have struck then, that would have been a bite. And I suspect if I see more of that, then I need to shallow up. Okay. I think I get it. It's like getting a couple of lightning fast bites, but no fish. The other thing I've noticed about James's rig is he's got stots, not shots. And I wonder if that is either because he doesn't have any number 10 shots, or because it helps differentiate the weights from the bait. It stops him from getting false indications where fish grab the bait, grab the weights. I don't know. I'm just going to keep feeding. So, hope you're alright. Just joined the channel. I'm just fishing a little strung out rig, trying to catch some roach on a tear. I've had about 4 or 5 fish like this now. Interestingly, no dace, and it was catching some dace that made me think that there might be some fish available for this sort of fishing, but I sort of transformed the peg from groundbait and worm for perch. This very delicate style of fishing for roach. Oh, there we go. Someone called it a fishing rod. Good job. Where's my reel, my friend? Where's my reel? Right, in for a bit. Why am I not getting bites? Where have the fish gone? Try and keep a tight line. If I'm changing the shape of the weights. Yeah, okay, that's why he's got stops then. Okay. How do you know? What do you do? Just keep feeding? Like regardless? Or do you slow down the feeding? It could be pike. Could be. I'll keep feeding hemp and caster. I guess if they would have come up in the water, I'd just get bites on the drop. So I don't ever thought that that's what's happening. I guess if you get bites on the drop, then you come shallower. That's fine. I've got that. I think that's pretty obvious. After lots of complaints, I've managed to moan another one on the hook. Lovely roach though. Don't know why I said though. I mean, what a lovely roach. Just deepen it off. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have some tail fishing. Catch some, don't catch some. Should I let it run and settle, or should I hold it back and let it settle? Or you can tell me, just try whatever, see what works. I don't think the bait's moving very far. I wonder if I should just let it settle, like in the bait as it were. Tiny little bites. I suspect I've also got to just get my head in tune with what type of bites I am going to get. Like fishing for F1s and getting little tiny dinks, but you're ready for it. So I'm just going to hold this on a tight line. So that float is just going to settle like right in front of me. just takes so long. This is what you want. It's just slowly falling through that 9 foot. Still settling. Takes ages. And then I think it's quite tricky to see, but I think I'm just getting, because it's quite sunny. I'm just getting some there, like there. Just some dinks. I just need to tell my brain that it's a bite. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know which is the which takes longer, if I leave it to drag the rig along and sort of follow. No, okay, so if I hold it back it takes 3 times longer to settle. No doubt about that. All good quality roach though, can't argue with that. Oh, still at the back. Did you just say the word take in for a bit? Did you just use the word take? More chance of a take. What's this, catfish fishing? This is certainly a change to my bulk and 2 droppers that I fish primarily here on the river. And loose feed only, or would you ground bait as well in for a bit? Okay, gotcha. I feel like I'm going to top up with some more ground bait. just because surely that was a bite. Yeah, let's put in another couple of balls of ground bait. We'll put a load of corn and hemp in it, I think. Yeah, you can buy hemp ground bait. Yeah. Or crushed hemp and stuff like that. It's all available. I dunked that in the river, did I? Whew, right. Let's get this rig back out again quickly and just put a bit of corn on. See if I can get another fish on corn, just for a bit of variety. Let's see, what's the time? 2:30. I think the sun will start to catch me at 3 o'clock. So I think we're good for a little bit more. Just nailing that piece of corn just slightly to the left of the ground bait, so I suspect it's right on it. Plonking bite. Plonking? I think that's a word. It's shot under. Hello, Roach. It's a good day, I think. Come on, fish. A lot of bleak topping just by my rig and just around the place now. I think it's the ground bait's activated slightly. There's a few bits coming up maybe. Got a damsel fly that's determined to sit on top of my float. I think that corm's nice, but it's the match angler in me says you have to wait too long for a bite. There's definitely some roach in the peg. Some fish to be had on tears, some fish to be had on corn, I think. I suspect if I put this worm on, I'm going to catch myself a perch. You haven't lost interest in fishing. You lost interest in doing a bit of fishing. I say that because you're in my channel, and I'm fishing. I think you've just lost the desire to go, which I think happens to a lot of people at some points in their lives. Right, so I've just fed quite a bit of hemp and caster. Not just in those two. There we go. So waiting quite a long time for the old worm bite. Just holding it still pretty much over where that bait was, but maybe I'll let it run a little bit. They weren't moving. It's a roach, not a perch.
You have your egg.
Just want that breeze to get up again. One, because it was quite pleasant, and two, it did create a little bit of movement on the water, which I think helps the fish. When it's flat calm, I think fish aren't as keen. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm glad you are enjoying it. Well, I'm just nicely sort of chilling out really. I'm catching a few fish. Back on the worm, I'm catching a few perch. Still firing in hemp and caster. I will go back on that tear rig shortly. But I put 2 more balls of ground bait in. And then I put in hemp, corn, caster, and the remainder of the dead pinky in there. Just letting it run on a little bit. I've been holding it still for most of the day, but I'm just letting this rig run on a little bit. It's not great, the top's moving fast than the bottom, so the rig's in sort of a dodgy angle, but I think the perch are responding to a little bit of movement on that worm. You get stuck just there. Yeah, just there it gets stuck. Yeah, there's a lot of weed in front of me. We've got working parties on Saturday and Sunday in a couple of weeks to clear a load of weed out for the upcoming Thames Festival, and just so the members have got some easier pegs to fish. The weed's gone crazy with the sun.
We named him Silver. I'm recording nearly 2 albums. So yeah, please.
It's alright, mate.
Because he's become, really quite a good friend. Que es lo que más me dolía? Here we are in LA. Good morning, diary. It's the 5th of August, and
Colour fish from double maggot, just to make a change. Yeah. No idea what that boat's doing, but good luck to the fella. See if I get DMC strike on the video. Right. Even after now. So that way. Right, let's do one more chuck on the corn and then I'll go back to having a look on the hemp and tears. Or tears, I should say. But yeah, the old weed's gone nuts this year, but also so have the small fish. So many fry in the river. So many small fish in the river. We think we're in for a bit of a population explosion over the next couple of years because of it. So many small fish in the river. I might need to evolve my style a little bit, because getting double maggot through to the bottom to catch a roach might be quite difficult, so let's see. I might need to start learning hemp and tear fishing. I'm not sure how to incorporate the hemp and tear fishing in with the ground bait line. I just maybe it needs to be two different lines. I don't know, but doing it all in the same place is definitely wrong in my mind. I think I might have to go through on this video and do some timestamps so I can actually show people that I caught fish on hemp and tears. I've done quite well today. Caught fish on worm, fish on maggot, fish on tears, fish on corn. Got bleak, roach, skimmers, silver bream, dace, roach, chublets. Although I'm missing gudgeon, daddy ruff, bream. Not been a bad day. Yeah, I bought the tears and the hemp all cooked. I do know how to cook the hemp and stuff, but I was in my local tackle shop and I think he makes a bit more money out of selling it to me cooked, so I was supporting Clive. Okay. Good fish on, good fish on. Whoop whoop, good fish on. Could be a bream. Bream or monster roach. Or a pike that's grabbed the... It's thumping around, it's not... What is that? Okay. Big perch. Really big perch. I lost it in that reed. Still on, it's still on, still on, still on, still on. It's not like the most giant of perch, but that was a little bit airy. There's such a big weed bed under me. Back again. Got away with it again. Get up, 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 get up. Skills. Obviously on the sweet corn. Hold it up a bit better. Makes me want to like pot some corn, you know. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, it could have been. Could have been. I did lose a fish last week. I wasn't sure what it was. Right, let's pot some corn. In fact, let's just pot some corn and some hemp. A bit of caster. Let's do that. Don't know why. Just feels like the right thing to do. There's a piece of cord that I caught that perch on, by the way. I don't think I've potted corn in the river before. That's another first. I suspect that's also then what I had earlier where I said the fish bit me off. Could also have been a perch. I've got top 5 in my hand now, and the weed bed is further than my top 5, so I've got a real difficulty in trying to net large fish. If it's bream, I'll just keep them at 13 metres until I can get them on the top. But a chub, if I was to catch a chub, I'd be in big trouble, I think. So we'll see. I had that fish in the weed twice, still got it out. Must be a pound, that perch, bigger than a pound actually. Just going to nail that bait right over the top. I did say I was going to try tears again, didn't I? Now I'm fishing corn. Let's keep putting some hemp in and then also a bit of caster. I'm running out of caster. It's a lovely perch. I have caught much bigger perch upstream to my right in the town. 3 to 4 pound. I've got a video I did with a flat float a couple of years ago now. I was in the middle of the town catching big perch. I think between us, my son and I, maybe we had like 4 or 5 big perch that day. Or that day, and then, you know, either side of it, whatever. clearly have a good idea where they are. But that's the biggest one I've had from this stretch, I think, or that I can remember. Certainly the first one I've had on corn. It's just splashing down the peg. It's nice with that bit of ripple on it. It just cools the air a little bit, so that's nice. I think it gives the fish a bit more confidence to feed. That float's shot under then. Now, I did see a picture the other day of a 20 pound plus carp caught just upstream to my right. Let's see if I can hook it on single corn. Another great bite. It's just interesting to show that you can just catch on lots of different baits depending on what you've got available. I've caught well on worm, now catching corn or bites on corn and hemp and tares. It's all different. What I'm confused about is what those bites are that I've just had. Small chublets, big roach, who knows? More big perch. And I've caught perch before, I'm specifically targeting them. Yeah, they generally come in a shoal. Won't be one on its own, there'll be a few. Maybe I should just put a whole dendrobina on. Do that. Put a well on. I have used a bait dropper. I haven't brought one with me because I didn't really think that's what I'll be doing. They're at home. Right, much longer bit of worm this time. If there is another big perch, I would suggest that that will be irresistible. Okay, where's my float line sideways? Right, eyes down, big perch, here we come. Some bleak has bleak has grabbed hold of that worm. That's better. Float settled. Right, well, no, should get by. I'll go back to a bit of corn, I think. There's some indications on that bit of corn I don't really like. The lack of positivity of the bite. More like it's liners. Maybe some fish are grabbing the shots, I don't know. Maybe that's the, maybe I fed a lot of hemp and then maybe that's what's going on. Don't know. There's definitely something nice about the river. Some animal is working its way to my left, or from my left. So yeah, either I get a bite on this corn, either I hook the next fish. If I don't, I'm going to get the hemp and tares rig out again. And then see if I can get a couple of roach. Definitely movement on the float. I just like, what is that? I can't. Still a big piece of corn I put on there either, so even a small roach could take it. Don't know what's going on. Right, should I let her go again? Let's see if I can get some roach on tares. Excuse my cough. Excuse me. Come on, Roach. It's not really having it, is it? And then I had a few bites and then no fish. Okay, don't like that. So I'm going to get that off. Get that rig out, I should say. I'm going to go back on the worm. And then I'm going to have one more fish, I think. And that'll be it. Just another reminder, if it's your first time here and you've enjoyed the stream, then hit the like button. I've been trying to work some stuff out today. I'll make a few little videos out of it maybe, and then you'll be able to find your way back. Enjoy some more live fishing. Some more live fishing. Oh, dink dink. So yeah, also please give it a like, leave a comment if you haven't. YouTube is continually analysing the interaction from streams to decide if it's worth showing it to other people. So if you have enjoyed it and you've only just watched, then do also interact in some other way, like, comment, share, something like that. It shows real human interaction. I'm just staring at this float. Come on, go under. Come on, don't make me put a double maggot on to get a bite. Come on. Wait that long. think we're coming back to this peg a few times. It's a little bit of a walk for me, but it's on a good stretch of river and the signal's great, so I think you might see me in this peg a few times. It's taking too long. Okay. Another good fish. Another good fish. I suspect it's another good perch. Juddering around like it's a perch. Let's keep it going. It's going to want one out. Okay. Oh, it's come off. Maybe it was a pike. Oh, I think that must have been a pike. I don't know though. God. Always we're losing these fish. Pike would have made sense. That the pike had grabbed the fish and then let go of the fish. That's why it was on and then came off. Pike could also make sense, which is why my bites have slowed up. Although I'm one of the only 2 people fishing this stretch of river. So there's plenty of fish to swim into my peg. That could have been the case. Right, I'm going back out. Caught that one too quick. It wasn't a bream, it thumped. Like it shook its head. So it was a perch or a pike. It could just be a little jack. Took the worm. It does happen. And now I've hooked it and it swum off, then maybe that's why I've then got a bite straight away again in the same spot. I don't know. Yeah, I say pike as well. Should have finished on that perch now. Alright, next fish I'm finishing on. Don't care what it is. I just don't think the hook would pull out of a perch. I'm playing that through my mind constantly now, but you know, it was. I'd hooked it. It shook its head a little bit. I shipped the pole back. As I broke the pole down, looked up, it had taken more elastic out. It was going out. It wasn't coming in. It was going out. So maybe it was a pike. Right, 30 seconds and then I'm putting double maggot on. A little diddy bite, it just, by the time I committed to the strike, the float just came up a little bit. I was like, oh, okay. I think I might have a bleak on there. Single pinky, yeah, I could do it. Could do it. I've not fished pinky today. I really don't want to have to. bleak will smash that maggot. Yeah, I'll have a little practice of the hemp and tear and just... Okay, that's it, last fish. And then I think I'll just come down specifically to fish it. What are we finishing on? We are finishing on a dace. Jublet. Jublet. Right. That's it, that's the day's fishing. What is it, nearly 4 o'clock? Quite a long old stream really, for not a match. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's have a look at the fish. Have a quick look at the fish and then I will just put them back in, and I'm going to just get some pictures and stuff. Just for the club Facebook group of what I've caught for the day. You probably can't see any of that. Right, forget that idea. I'll take some photos and I'll put them on the post section of the channel when I get home. Right. So I hope you've enjoyed it. As I say, it's your first time here, hit the subscribe button and I'll see you back soon. And now I'm going to pack up and go and get a lesson from James just down to my left on hemp and tear fishing, I guess. With a fish something to eat. Right. Whew. No, more than £4. More than £4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, £6. £6 maybe. Maybe more. That perch is £1. And I had some big roach that were 6-7 ounces each. So there's another £1 in there, more £2. I've had a few pound. So anyway, I'll take some pictures and we'll be able to judge it a bit better. But thanks for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. Bit of fishing on the River Thames in the summer. Catching on every single bait I can think of, pretty much, and catching loads of different types of fish. I'll catch you in the next one.